I'm giving the instant coffee another go, but I've heated the water to a different temperature. Because it doesn't want you using boiled water. So the first time I tried around 90, and it had a strange aftertaste. This time I tried 80. So we'll see. I love this low frame rate with motion blur as well. So good. 72. Motion blur. Okay. You don't think the cup appreciated the bits? They bounced straight back out? Instant refund. Man. I got enough of these, coming through. We'll have to see how many I can split off for the heavy modular frame factory that I want to do. See what we can do there. I might have to head back, though, and, there's like a second line, basically, of steel beams to potentially do. So it could be that I get that set up, and I might even bring those steel beams into the steel factory, which feels a little bit odd. I don't know. The steel factory seems to not really be doing so great with steel production somehow, and I don't really understand fully how that's the case. Like, steel pipes we don't get that many of, and we're not using them, and steel beams, a lot of them are being already used throughout everywhere else. I don't know. We'll have to take a look at that. I did a little bit before stream, though. I modified the plastic and fuel over here a little bit to keep things moving. I think before the fuel or plastic, I don't know, one of these two things weren't actually going into the recycler. Fuel, it looks like. So now they are. I just have the second smart splitter there for the overflow. Because I had, fuel was all jammed up because we're not actually using that much fuel right now for vehicles. The one truck that I've got going back and forth barely uses anything, so hardly any fuel is being consumed, so everything was kind of on standby because of that. So now our plastic production is back up in order. Haven't really done much of anything else, though, I think, there. Coal power-wise, I got an additional one set up. Currently, we're using all of the coal that I'm mining up through the 3 nodes there without any overclocking with tier 2 miners. It's what? 18 coal plants, I think it was. Something like that. There seems to be a periodic dip every now and then. I don't know if that's a big enough dip. That might be the fuel generator over there. I got that like wicked overclock, so it's consuming a little more fuel than we're actually able to produce over there. But it's kind of whatever. At some point we gotta do all this up proper, but I think next up we start dealing with like sulfur and shit, I think, soon. So we're gonna have to be doing a whole lot of pipe logistics and refinery stuff and all that down the road anyway. I've not taken a peek at the hard drive, since we are doing hard drive stuff currently. Or at least, yeah, okay. I was gonna say, at least we were. There is steeled frame, reinforced iron plates, and steel pipes, instead of screws, which, kind of incredible, 3 per minute. We're doing 5 per minute. Would be an interesting alternative, though. But pipes are kind of the pain to make, though. So I think I've got sort of an easier one. There is the coated iron plates, which could be cool. We do have an iron plate that involves steel and plastic. That makes 45 per minute. This is a bunch of iron ingots in plastic to make a shitload of plates. I think I like this. Either way, we'd have to bring plastic over, but when it comes to increasing the modular frame factory, the deal is now not the screws, but the plates we're actually a little bit low on, and there's tons of iron over there that we can still use. Absolute load of it. So it could be that we use some of the iron then to mix with plastic and make that recipe. That's 75 per minute, and I'm currently only doing 20 per minute. Okay. Yeah, all right, let's do that one. Seems like a pretty good one. And queue up the next. While that's doing its thing, I'd like to take a look at the radar towers, but I need to get oscillators and generally fix up my inventory. This is a mess over here. There is wood. I don't have any leaves. Okay, cool. Ugh. You may have also gotten a quick sneak peek of what I'm working on over there. Work in progress still. But I'll show it in a second. It's gonna be cool, because I think it actually kind of sort of works. I just gotta be careful with how I do it. You will know what I mean when I show it. Yeah, I think the instant coffee is a little bit better with slightly cooler water. I might go for 70-degree water next, and maybe that'll be maybe that's the sweet spot. It's kind of like with tea, right? Some tea is like that. I'm not really much of a tea drinker, but I know like green tea gets like crazy bitter if you have it with too hot water. Maybe it's a similar deal with instant coffee. I don't know. You wouldn't think so because it's just like pressed powder. What else can I get rid of here? Supercomputers, I think we needed for some sort of a research. Well, hard drive is currently cooking, so that's the color carts we can stash away. Everything else I like kinda sorta need. Heat sinks I don't think I need. And then like AI limiters, I don't think I need that many, but they only take one stack, so. Or it's only taking up one slot, rather. I don't know why the doors are always open. I think it's the barriers or something. Work in progress. A sort of a... It's more like a shitty ice rink currently, but the idea is that it'd be like a BattleBots type arena thing, where these things are just hauling ass around at high speeds and colliding and stuff. But the slight issue with that is they yield it for one another. But the factory carts are small enough and quick enough with acceleration and bad enough at stopping that I think they can't really yield to one another effectively. I've just got a lot of bad nodes set. They just... I don't know. It needs help. I might get like a tractor in there too or something, but eventually it's going to be costing fuel. The benefit of these things is they don't use fuel. And then I got the boombox stashed down beneath there in the glass floor. We'll see. This was kind of my idea with all the quarter pipes and stuff, though, was I get just like a BattleBot arena type thing. But for now, it's just, yeah, it's kind of like a shitty ice rink. Wreckfest 2. And that's it. Early access in development. Version 0.2. It still costs $50 though. Cables. Over here. Man, I'm happy about that iron plate recipe we just got. That ain't that bad. Because, like, I gotta bring plastic over, but that's fine. Plastic's already, like, halfway brought over, and it's just a matter of moving a belt along. Pretty easy. And it doesn't take that much plastic. 50? Thought 100 due to you get access earlier than others? Yeah, alright. $110 per month. Because, you know, it's a service, this game. Gaming as a service. Gas. Sounds like ass because it is. And then to make 40 some heavy modular frames. Uh 34, actually 33. There. More frames and encased beams. Preach, just give me my damn game and let me play it whenever? Man, if only, huh? Oh, right. Yeah, we're melting all this stuff down, huh? Right. Yeah. Yeah, I can't really do that. I actually need these. I sort of forgot that that was a thing. Yeah, what I ought to do, actually, is get a, get a box back here. I don't know why I didn't do that. I will say, whenever I have to record Deus Ex, and same deal with Fallout and Fallout 2, the first time I recorded Fallout 2 with a more recent series was actually when our internet was out. It was out like the entire day, and I was like, well, what do? Because Steam offline mode is a little bit weird with some games, and some games just require online to actually work. So I launched up Fallout 2, and it was really cool because I was able to play that without any internet at all whatsoever. And like Deus Ex, same deal. I don't have to launch fucking anything. I can just launch Deus Ex and play it. It's great. It's a nice feeling. I don't really mind having launchers for stuff, but there is a certain joy in being able to just play a damn game. I think if I go with the big industrial storage container, that'll work out pretty well. So long as it's not completely blocking, and then you're kind of almost lined up with the window. You just output at the top and you input at the bottom. How was that for a slice of fried gold? Pretty cool, Yeti. Yeah, thanks. E. Okay. Because, yeah, I was melting a lot of this stuff, and I totally forgot that I don't actually have a, like a bottleneck for it. So now we just put in the smart splitter down there. Or up here. How actually do we? Up here, I guess it'd work out okay. So no, it has to be before, right? I've tried this before. It doesn't really work with a loopback thing like that. So, because I was thinking overflow would be straight out, but you're not gonna like log yourself. Don't mind using a launcher for a game, same as you don't mind using a CD drive to install a game. Yeah, I don't really mind it much. Like, it's a nice added bonus. Like, it's a feeling you don't get very often. That's why I think I have like a reappreciation for it. It's just I don't have to have the internet to play it. I could just launch the game and it's fine, regardless of what Steam is doing or what have you. And then up and out this window instead, I guess. So center output, any left output is the overflow, is then going out the window via a lift. And then we don't need to worry about that at all. All of that can go. I just don't know if I want this to come out across and down, or if it should just stay on its own side. I feel like it should stay on its own side. So you would just go along the wall then. Right, this is way out here. I think that's good. Then we can get rid of those. Place in a wall thing. And okay, it sticks out a little too much, huh? I was gonna put one in there just to like hold it up in quotes. Okay. Fine. So, I'll take a stack of those, enjoy filling that up. And now this is a bit cleaner looking, I think. Having this just completely open here is kind of nice. I actually need more beams than that. Ugh. I'll probably have to increase our encased beam production as well. Because I don't think we're making that many. I think we're only making like 4 machines worth, which is like 8? Or maybe 12. I'm not sure. And crystal oscillators I'll grab up too. I did get the tube finished here. Yeah. I don't even know if I need 2 radar towers. 1 is probably enough. Currently getting the stuff to make 2 of them. And while I'm here... Okay, 4, 8, 12, 16, 20 beams per minute we're making. Right. Oh yeah, I can also finish off the track again. I can put that back so the excess is actually being recycled. Big trucks already. Still just the tractors here, but I do have a big truck set up for moving steel beams like 20 meters over. It's probably not the best use of them ever, but Right, that's... We're not making oscillators, are we? Right. To make these by hand? Ugh, gross. I need more cables. I can just make some by hand, it's fine. The truck is pretty nice to use, by the way. It doesn't seem to have the issues as much with driving over foundations. It stays pretty in line. I don't know if that's because they've got their, like, the weight of it a lot higher, so it's, like, less susceptible to being bumped and thrown around a bit, or if it's just all the wheels that it's got. Whatever they're doing for traction is just, it happens to work out better for it. I don't know. You know what I'll do, actually? Give me just a bunch of that. I'll pick up cables from a storage. Because if I turn all these wires into cables, I'm gonna have to go back anyway and pick up wires. So, may as well just go back and pick up the cables and not have to deal with it. Notice you like to make buildings look good, but are they easily modular? More parts per building for future, if that makes sense? Or is this a starter base? I typically redo a bit of it when it comes time to scale up. Like, if I have to add on another floor, then I'll do that, and I'll just make it look good again. I don't really mind too much. I do a lot of the beautifying stuff off stream anyway, so I don't feel like I'm wasting anybody's time, so not a problem to me. You should generally, though, probably keep scaling up in mind, though. Like, at least space your buildings out enough so that if you need to add on another room to the side instead of going up, then you still can. Because it could be that that building is only dedicated toward making screws, but maybe those screws can go directly into something else, and rather than having a separate building for that, way over there, you just add on, like, a wing to the building and all that. One day I gotta finish off this tunnel and connect these two so I can just tube the whole way across. One day. Someday. I have to generally also fix up all the tubes across and get, like, decent speed going the whole way. That's your problem? Always build stuff too close to each other that have to move whole buildings? Yeah, that's the problem that I always ran into too, where I wanted to have, like, a city. I wanted cables. Balls. I wanted to have, like, a factory city type thing going, but I ended up being unable to do that because like, just the way that I had things laid out, there just wasn't room anymore. So it's like, okay, well, we need to make more of this so I can just build this up, but it needs to also go over there now, and so now I've just got stuff just sprawled just across everywhere. It's working out pretty well so far. A lot of belts to move things around, but yeah, it's fine. Totally new to your channel? Already feeling inspired on your building and design? This game tends to do that, yeah. Oof. It's nice though. I like having this kind of city layout type thing. I think it works really well. It's organized, but, like, still kind of messy, which I think works best in a game like this. Organized chaos. Try to make your factory look nice while you build it, but then forget once you've placed all the machinery and the place just looks like it lost the roofs and half the walls in a tornado. I mean, hey, if that's the aesthetic, this once was a good factory, and then the bombs fell. All your games and builds since first release of this have been total chaos and anarchy. Yeah, I don't know. Organized chaos is the thing. I think for me, it's just over the years of playing this, it sounds like I've been playing this game a long time, but I haven't. It's just I last played it with like build 3, and I think I took a look at build 4. I had an idea of what I wanted to do and how to do it, but it ended up not working because XYZ. So I've just kind of come to realize that that's how the game works. Like, you start to learn the limitations of it. Like, belts are just gonna be a pain in the butt. Just about always. So you gotta kind of work with that and embrace it. Which is why I've got sort of a Factorio-esque mainline bus type thing with all my outputs. But I don't really want to be bringing around raw resources or screws or anything like that, because... ugh. Okay, that's enough for heavy modular frame sand screws. If I'm reading that right. E. Oops. Or can I yoink a bunch of screws?
Oh my god!
Oof. Jesus, startled me.
Beep boop.
Hello, Brian. Hello, Shabby Wabby. Tier 1, 42 months. Thank you very much. How's it going? How you doing? How you been? Well, I guess you'll probably have a decent amount of screws. Had your appendix out, so there's that. Hey, alright. I mean, that's technically a good thing that it's over. It sucks you had to go through it, though. Did it burst or just get inflamed? First appendix just sounds awful. But I'm doing okay, hanging in there. Not too bad. Yeah, because you guys are all backed up. That's the hope. It's like every one of these buildings has near the entrance a little craft station, so I can just yoink something real quick. Probably the way that I ought to be doing it if I don't get that like central logistics area built up, which I went over last stream. I'd like to do, but it really isn't necessary, I think. It's just as easy to run to a factory and grab what they've got there. You just, the storage box there, and then the overflow sends outside the building. I think like a central logistics thing would be a fun time kill project, but totally unnecessary to do, I think. It seems like the inputs down below are also all backed up. No pop, thankfully. Walked out the hospital next day. Ah, good deal. Still an unpleasant experience, I imagine. I know my nephew was having an appendix issue as well. Last year. He was only like 5 or 6 years old, though, so it was a little bit like, ugh. Ended up being okay, though, in the end. I think they kept him just overnight, just to be sure. Come on, 10 more. It'll be good to get this automated, but I'm pretty sure we're only going to be able to put together like 6 heavy frames per minute. Which I don't know if that's going to be enough. I think we have to do a lot of scaling up from the bottom up in order to be doing more. Which is kind of fun. We got enough iron laying around. Just about all the iron at the modular frame factory, like half of it isn't being used, and of the 6 nodes that I've got over there, they're all still just Mark 1, so we can double the output, make that building taller so it can smelt it out and put it out. I think we'll be okay eventually. It's just going to be a little bit of time to get everything caught up. Where would... radar tower. I don't know what you're considered. Oof, it's a bit large. I wish I could actually see what you look like, but unfortunately. I guess you can hang out on the side of Mama Murphy's little panic room here and, yeah, that'll be okay, I guess. Nice. Okay, yeah, you just do all the things. Alright, so just the one. 8 Mercer spheres, 2 hard drives still? Oh, yeah. I think I know both of them, actually. I got the one marked still there. And so weak signal found. I don't know if it being a weak signal has anything to do with how far away it is or not. Yeah, so there's a fucking ton of slugs in this game. It's disgusting. There's like probably almost 1,000. You can do so much overclocking. I got 68 shards. I should probably do some at some point soon. Alright, well, just the one radar tower is all that we needed. So there's that. Now... that's out of there. Scannable hard drives is basically done. Just need to keep checking back on it. +6 inventory slots. Sounds great. Alternatively, steel rotors with the steel pipes. Or an alternate for polymer resin. I can go for that. I don't know if I need it or not, but it's an option. And then we'll go for another hard drive and maybe grab that inventory slot. And I think the inventory slot researches are like fallbacks if there's nothing else available, so I think we're okay to progress a little bit then. Which, speaking of, I think the only other thing I was kind of interested in was the Mark II pipes. Yeah, which we just need more modular frames in for. I guess. Okay. Hey, Blazing Ted. How you doing? This is where I got the proper truck set, though. Just from the train station over to here. It's not the best. The idea is that this truck could be delivering to multiple points across the whole factory, but for now it's just the one spot. It's a big boy. It doesn't follow points very well, though. It's like too big and cumbersome to handle driving slowly while turning, so every time it's got to leave one of these stations, it gets stuck. Just not enough room for it. Hey, how you doing, Yannick? Welcome. Hello to your dad as well. Hope everything is going alright. Oh. Okay, don't jump onto that. Yeah, it needs, like, way bigger roads. Ah, well. When it comes time to one day expand what it does, we'll sort it then. As with all things, it'll get done in time. Eventually. So heavy modular frames, probably nearby this building. We're going with whatever outputs the most, probably, which is this guy. I need to bring rubber over. We need to get rubber made. Because all the rubber that I was making was turned into plastic for computers. So we got to get up one of the other oil things. But there's two other oil things over there. They're normal instead of pure, but that should be fine. Modular frames, yeah, we're making 18.75. I think we're making 20 per minute, so we'll have a little bit of extra for storage. Encased beams, 11.25 per minute. We're making 20 per minute. And using them for nothing, I think, actually. I think they're not being used right now. So that's fine. And then screws 390 per minute, that just brings some steel in. That's, what, 260 screws we're making per minute with the steel? Yeah. So that's easy. We can at least get 3.75 heavy modular frames done. If we want to do more than that, we gotta improve the modular frame output by a lot, which we can do through steel plates, or iron plates rather, what with the plastic. And just a bunch of iron. Encased industrial beams will have to scale up a little bit. I'm not sure what to do for that. I forget what the limiter was with that. And then rubber, we'll have to see. So I guess we're getting the rubber thing put together first. I have blueprints for the road thing that I've got built here. That's about it. The blueprint thing is kind of too small to handle much else, I find. It's a nice idea, but it would really do with having like a Mark II version. Probably more copper sheets. Oil extractor, refineries, encased beams, motors, copper sheets. Yeah, I got like nothing for this. Also need more cable. Goodbye, quartz crystal. Shooting blanks. Have a good one. Thanks for coming in. Oh, right. Yes, that's that. I don't know why I thought copper sheets was there. I'm very confused. Bunch of cable. Well, I don't need that much cable. Nah, screw it. And then motors, encased beams, steel pipes. Oh, yeah. That'll work. One of the little side projects that I wanted to do was eventually getting a building set up that I got the blueprint thing in, and then I can have like catwalks around the outside so I can get better angles while building, but never did that because, well, there hasn't been a strong need to do that. This is not copper sheets. Wait, how long? 3 minutes. And then soon, one day, we can maybe get a copper building set. Still haven't done that. It hasn't needed to happen yet. But I think that'll happen pretty soon, right? We're starting to use like circuit boards and AI limiters a little more often, and the high-speed connectors, I think, we use sometimes. Next tiers, we'll probably be needing to actually take an honest, hard look at copper. Motors. There. I'll grab a few more also. Never know. Awkward mid-game stage at the moment, isn't it? Kinda? I don't know if awkward's the right word for it. It's kind of just how the game is. There's a lot of, like, having to tear down and rebuild once you get a more efficient way of doing things and all that. There's not a whole lot going on right now, I suppose, because I'm pretty much done with these tiers. We're almost ready for the final tiers worth exploring in this game. We're almost ready for that. Because once I get heavy modular frames up, we've got everything aside from crystal oscillators and like high-speed connectors and AI limiters. Everything else is being automated already. To some extent. Maybe not as much as the game would like, but... just there. And also there. Okay. Copper rotor, coated iron canister, or more inventory slots. Yeah, I think we'll go for that, though. Coated iron canister is a pretty okay shout, but it's really strange. It's just strange. I need not just iron, but also some copper. But not even just copper. Copper sheets. And then copper rotor is 11.25 per minute. Copper sheets and screws instead of iron. Instead of iron rod, the iron rods I can make via steel, but you know what? We're going for that. Next. Yeah, we'll be getting the inventory slots. It's gonna happen. It's just, gonna be a bit. I mean, look at my inventory. I'm already almost full, man. I don't got that much space anymore. So there's you pumping out just 120 per minute. Like, tier 0, 2, well-paced, loads to start out and manage. 3, 4 is automate, make pretty, and find high-end resources. 5, 6, rebuild and efficiency, but feels a little long. 7, 8, hard depending on other stages and who you grinded the rest. I don't think the beginning of the game is well-paced, actually. I think the beginning of the game is awkwardly long for what it needs to be. It doesn't really... It gets the point across a few times over. And then I'd say that the optimizing kind of happens just along the entire course of the game. Because while you're waiting for stuff to happen, you're sort of encouraged to explore a little bit. So you find the hard drives and slugs and all that kind of stuff to help improve efficiency and all that. I think, like, these tiers were a little bit strange to me because you get the manufacturer, which is like, haha, I have many inputs, and, like, that's the big thing. And it's not that hard to manage. I think the next tiers involve more refinery work and how you separate and utilize fluids. Because it's a non-solid thing, so you can't just throw it into a ticket machine. But it's like, these tiers have, like, one thing that's like, haha, I'm the trick, and once you figure that out, it's like, oh, okay, well, alright, we'll carry on then. And you're just kind of bumbling about, just continuing everything else in the meantime. This would be for rubber. Oh yeah, also smokeless powder we could see about doing at some point. I gotta get, like, a sulfur mine going, though. Ugh. Ah, there we are. 30 crude oil per minute, so 3 refineries would be making 60 rubber. I would be needing 75 rubber, so you need to do better, or we combine you with... Yeah, that. Rods are a real bottleneck without recipes. Basic recipe is like 15 a minute, but pocket crafting them is like 240 a minute. Yeah, a lot of the copper stuff is the same way, which is why I say, like, I don't really bother with copper factories nowadays, because what bit you need, you can just do by hand much faster than a machine. It's not worth automating. Still to this point, it's not really worth automating, though. I think pretty soon that changes. I would think. How safe is it to rocket jump with a nuke obelisk? Or a nuke nobelisk? Nobelisk. With a nuke. Safe? Then refineries. I'm gonna have you basically into the first one, but zipper out to the others. That's backwards. Such is life. think the nukes are instant death. Pulse bombs only do like 5% damage though. Alright. A little bit of rocket jump with pulse bombs and jetpack. Yeah, we're not quite lined up. That's fine enough, I think. Like, you know what I could do is just shift the whole lot over, and it zippers through anyway, so it doesn't matter if it's not lined up. It's fine. And then yeah. Wait. Yeah, 120. I can do 4 of these. Steel pipes and motors. Then what do we do with all this residue? I want to see what I do with residue, not what creates residue. Why is it like this? Why do we have one but not the other? Ah. Residual fuel, petroleum coke. Really just residual fuel currently is all we've got. Like, I guess petroleum coke, and I could, like... Someone was saying that I should do, like, coal plants with that, but I don't think that's gonna be worth setting up. It's gonna be a lot of work and space taken up for what's effectively just... not much. I'd rather just turn it into fuel and burn it off for power generation that way. Less steps that way. I don't have to, like, get water pumps and everything going, too, then. Okay, very good. We'll, pipeline you. It generally works. Hello, Meta Magician. Petroleum coke good for some smelting recipes. May as well use normal or compacted coal for fuel, though. Did I ever grab compacted coal? I'm not sure I ever did. I think that's a hard drive research in the map, isn't it? I could grab it, I guess. Rubber concrete. Fused wire. Don't I already have something like that? Oh, I've just got straight Caterium, and this is just like a bit of copper and really just a bit of Caterium. 3 per minute. Oh. And then adhered plate, just plates and rubber instead of plates and screws. Guess it depends how much our rubber production is. I guess. Because, like, it's just iron, plastic, and then rubber to make an okay amount of reinforced iron. I don't know, man. Can I have the inventory choice back? Rubber, concrete, limestone with a bit of rubber. Gross. I'll, I guess. Yeah, this guy. For compacted coal. I don't really know what we'd be doing with that exactly, but a little bit of coal and sulfur, we can see about that. Let's go for one more hard drive, though. Because I think that was a nice way to expand coal power generation without having to do too much work. You kind of enrich the coal a little bit to get a lot more juice out of it, so you end up consuming a bit less at the end of the day. Meaning, I wouldn't have to overclock my miners there. Not that overclocking the miners would be a struggle anyway, but, you know. Okay. Yep. So that's that. Heavy oil residue we're making 24680 with, which should be going into more refiners, but I need more steel pipes. Let's fall back and do that. And then at least with the reinforced iron plates, if we have to like hugely increase our output of reinforced iron plates for smart plating or so, then at least it's an option because the rubber is coming up this path anyway. So we just split off a little bit of that into this side building. It's just a matter of how can I produce enough rubber for that. Probably got to find more oil. Oof. Or get a like a tier 2 oil or something going at some point. I don't know if there is a tier 2 oil extractor or not. I think just the 1 tier. Feel a bit bad not using my tunnel down below with all the transport tubes. As always, this is just like way more convenient because it's so much easier and faster to set up. Like if I had hyper tubes heading off to the left already set up, then sure, but I don't, so I gotta like head out and use this anyway, so. Plus I can jetpack and cut corners and it's just better. Probably use hyper tubes though for the vertical though. Like getting up to my coal plant, it'd be nice to have. Bang. And what are we doing? Heavy oil residue 80. 60 per minute. $1,333. Okay. And this looks like it's like awkward and sideways, but it isn't. Really throwing me off. There. Is that? It's maybe better. And then our rubber can belt out. Yeah, that works. Ugh. Dank MLG 420. What a name. But welcome. First time here, no sound. Working. There. It's so difficult typing with my mic in this spot. Goddamn. And then you're the main output. 20, 40, yeah. E. And then the tier 2. Ah, and I think that's that. Then that could all be powered on. That could be powered on. You're putting out 53-ish fuel, which would be going into just probably a massively overclocked burner. Slightly different height, but that's okay. Those ones way over there could.
Oh my god!
Oof. Maybe
Hi
link up.
from YouTube.
Hi, Sumo Toad. Subscribe with Prime Gaming. Subscribe for 3 months. Thank you much. I think 3 months is a promotion. So congrats on that. Happy to have you. I'm still a little bit behind with the YouTube stream uploads, but we're getting there. It's a little problematic that my renders just crash sometimes nowadays. It's like it's really keen to use just all of the video card that it can, which is great because the renders happen pretty fast then, but that means that if I'm like wanting to do anything else, there's a chance that it just like has a hiccup and then aborts the entire render. Ugh. Very problematic. What is that? The MAM research done? Steel rotor, fine concrete, and an electrode circuit board. Where are all these coming from? Is my inventory upgrade? Man. Alright, petroleum, coke, and rubber to make a circuit board. Interesting. Fine concrete, just mix in some silica. Or yet another steel rotor. Well, I say yet another. It involves steel pipes instead. And basic wire. I guess we'll go for that. That's options. There, do another one. And keep at it. Watching the Resident Evil 4 and newest XCOM playthroughs. Ah, you're from that YouTube. The Let's Play one. You're still welcome. Not that it sounds like I want to boot you out because you're not from the stream YouTube channel. Let's do along here, I guess. Alright. Used to watch the stream more before I moved to Germany. On the Krug Dudesky channel or with the Poopy Kentucky streams where I did like World of Terrifying Silence? Your name is familiar. That kind of works. Let's put it there for now. Max consumptions significantly climbed. But I don't think that's much to worry about. Happily bubbling away. Yeah. So I don't have this going into a reservoir and then dropping in. I think that's probably fine. It seems to be a lot more stable being pumped out through an extractor. I think it's like building to building though, it gets kind of weird. Like here it's going to be a little bit awkward. Some of these pipes, your input's going to be kind of all over the place. takes a minute for these lower ones to fill up, but like this is where I should have it go into a reservoir up here and then drain out into the refinery. Refinery? Yeah, refinery. And then your fuel can just be burnt off because you're going to be eventually overclocked such that you're consuming way more than it can produce, and you just make do with what's given. Eating 12 per minute? Oh, okay, hold on. We're making 53. 30 per minute? Hey, Luke. How you doing? How are the cats? Is this foundation? It was. But I don't think it should have been. So I guess I'll have you lift up and in then. Cat slowly taking control of the apartment? Good, good. I mean, oh no. Man, cats are great if you got the patience for them, I think. Cats are great. That'll work. And then, yeah, 53.3. I mean, let's just say... Let's just say you overclock to be that much. You're not going to be getting that much that quickly. You're going to be doing like a pause and resume type thing a bunch because I don't have this flowing correctly. But... I could maybe get something set up for that. Do I care enough to? Not sure if I care enough to. Currently working on rubber production. I had a bit of rubber going over there initially, but that's all plastic now because I needed plastic more than rubber. But now I need rubber to make heavy modular frames, so we're getting that going. Oil pumps up, gets processed to make the rubber and heavy oil residue. Heavy oil residues clumping up and converting into fuel, and the fuel's then being pumped across into fuel generators to make me some power. It's just gonna be very iffy for a bit. Let's go 140. Yeah, like 135. Just over the 80 mark. Well, no, I guess it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. It's fine. There. Make the game calculate it and do its weird rounding if it wants. This thing is making 375 megawatts. Currently producing somewhere between 4,500 and 5,000 megawatts currently, most of that being coal. We shouldn't actually be paused here for long. Storage container, and then that. Yeah, left is the overflow. Left is the first overflow. If we're backed up all the way over here, it heads out that way. It's just not backed up for so long. But yeah, that's working. We still have a little bit of a backlog still, but whatever. It's fun. So how much rubber was this? 20, 246, 80. Okay. That rubber will be merged with... Probably have this also making rubber, but... Let's break off for now. Do I plan to change to nuclear in the future? Probably to some extent, but probably won't be in a rush to do it. Depends what my needs are and how much work it is. There. And then that can be here. It's fairly out of the way. There we go. Can't afford... Oh, reinforced iron plates. Okay. It'll probably have to be Mark III at the end of the day anyway. Or 160, so let's just go Mark III. But before you do that, a storage container. Yeah. And the cool part is I've already got this container here. Can already move a bunch of this over. Special gear because of the radiation? Yeah, there's a hazmat suit that you gotta use, and that's got its own, like, kind of filters, I think, that you have to replace. There's a gas mask that's got filters, but I think the radiation suit also has something like that. Yeah, I don't know. Again, it just depends, like, what we need. And then, yeah, nuclear waste, which I think can be recycled. I think. Recycled into either tickets or into like a fancier fuel type eventually too. And then somewhere around here we could always have it split off and head into there to help out with the reinforced iron plate, since we have that recipe now. It's along the way and I don't think required too much, so it's doable. And I don't think you have to raise up too much, but we are getting kind of full over here. And I hate how it just takes away everything. Okay, we are actually a little off here. Okay. I almost want to mix stuff onto risers, but I'm not sure how to best do that currently. That whole intersection there is getting messy. I might have some of the stuff split off and follow a different road, even. Kind of divvy up that intersection to be just part of what's coming through, and then like maybe around back behind the Rainforest Iron Plate building can be another little logistics road. Maybe. A long damn road for rubber, by the way. This is something that ought to be done, like, by a truck. It just, like, picks up all this, like, this all just goes into, like, a truck depot here. That a truck just picks up, and then it delivers it into another depot with a smart splitter array or a programmable splitter or something that just, like, sorts it, and then it belts on its way. It might be another one of those projects that I could do at some point, but honestly probably never will. Because it'd be a lot easier just to say there's not much output of this stuff or that stuff, so we just stack them. And stack them and be done with it. At least it's getting full enough up here that it's like, oof, getting difficult to move around somewhat. It's nice to see. That's... I mean, what is this even? This is... Okay, this is temporary. We don't have to go over that. We could just cut right through. Okay. We should scooch you over to be line number... Well, it depends where we're bringing... Where are we putting the heavy modular frames factory anyway? I don't think I had a spot laid out for it. Using that recipe. Modular frames, encased beams, rubber, and screws get made in-house via these. So really anywhere over here works. Probably get something set up over here. Just a left turn and then the building on the right here that's like up above that rocky, gravelly area. Hello, Ionic. How goes? Doing pretty okay today, personally. Not as tired as I usually am. I think this instant coffee may have a bit more of a kick to it, or perhaps I make it perhaps a little strong. Oh yeah, concrete I needed. Not the worst day in your life. Hey, that's good. That's progress. Make a save state and remember it. Yeah, all three of these, basically, are going to be heading right in. So Cables might have to do a bit of dodging, but Cables also doesn't have to... Cables doesn't have to even exist over here. It has no purpose being here. Truthfully. They were only there because I needed them a little bit for some sort of project assembly thing once upon a time. Suppose if I do end up needing them, I ought to get something more proper set up, because it's just coming from this very starter base pile that I had over there. Gross. I don't know how big this has got to be. Needs enough room for all these belts to come in, but they could... They could make the turn and cinch together, I guess, through a riser. And then uncinch? Nah, I don't know about that. Maybe we go 3 wide. It's not really a main road, so 2 wide is what I'd really like, but eh. See how that goes. Then you two are out because you need to turn in. You also need to turn in. And rubber needs to come through as well. Which is sorta... just in the middle of everything. Not too far over, though, actually. How about that instead? Or maybe like... Yeah, hold on. Because then I can get rid of that path. This gets split, but needs to also rise up a bit. Where do I have you split at? Which line works best? I guess this line works best. Then we have the splitter along here somewhere. Splitter or a smart splitter? I think just a splitter is fine. So that's that. And then you will be the encased beams once the storage gets full up with those one day. This also needs to be, all these kind of need to be like risen up. It's a little problematic actually. Having to cross the street like this. Could have one of these follow the inside. So you're going over the beams. Keeps the intersection clear. The beams are pretty low profile. And then you're going over the beams. Not sure how that's gonna look.
Oh my god!
I suppose you may as well be on the right side too.
Wow. 3 years. Such time. I
Oh.
just met a microbiologist. They were much bigger than I was expecting. What do you call a fish with no eye? A FSHD.
Just met a microbiologist, much bigger than I was expecting. And what do you call a fish with no eye? A fish. Fish. Man, I don't think Brian got the pun, so he just like delivered it all half-assed and terrible. Man. Brian's on something today, I don't know. But thank you, Randall. Much appreciated. Tier 1, 37 months. A little bit more than 3 years. How you doing? How you been? That works. And then you're coming in somewhere over here. I don't think this needs to be tier 3. We'll probably just reduce this belt for throughput's sake so it actually continues along to places that need it without having to rely on things like clogging up in the back. Um... 390 screws per minute, so 10 steel if we're going with just one producer. So tier 1 is like completely adequate. Ugh.
I got a 3-month sub after 1 month, so this is the closest I get to 3 years. I used to play piano by ear, but now I use my hands. Did you know that Spider-Man has a winter jacket made entirely of Mediterranean flatbread? It's a Peter Parker, D.
Peter Parker. Oh. Oh. Thank you. Thank you, Randall. It's good to have you back. I've missed you the past days. Ugh. I think some of this needs to like
Oh my god!
scoot and spin a bit more.
Oh, sorry, I mean, wow. Good day Yeti and chat, wow. Such puns, wow. 44 months per second, such a good delivery rate, wow.
And 44 months per second, that's a lot of subbing. Thank you, Valkyrie, for tier 1 at 44 months on a 44-month streak. How are you doing today? I guess this building ultimately isn't very large because it's just a bunch of stuff coming in for, like, one single purpose. And that's this machine. It just really is not compatible with Windows, this thing. What is compatible with Windows, though? Am I right? Linux gang, rise up. Sit back down, Linux. You've had your joy. Was doing better before the puns, but still a nice day. Damn. Yeah, I'm doing alright, not too bad. existing. Oh, come on, the pita parka was pretty good, right? And, guess you can actually stay up that high.
What do you call a broken can opener? A can't opener. My yoga teacher came from Jamaica. She teaches the Pilates of the Caribbean, D.
It's exactly in the wrong spot. A broken can opener? Can't opener. Ah. And yoga teacher came from Jamaica. Teaches the Pilates of the, Alright. Okay. D. Hey, how you doing, Blup? You can also be up a notch. Right in. And now these two. We are making the heavy modular frames building. We reinitialized a bit of rubber. I have to get another set of rubber going though at some point. But we got at least a little bit to get started here with this. That's where you turn. Very steep. And then I think we can simplify that. Yeah. Okay. And then there's still room to split it off where needed, if ever at all. Goes straight in. Actually, kind of all of you straight in. They're a little bit sideways slash crooked here, but what the? I think I upgraded the belt on accident. Guess I'll keep it as tier 3 though. Yeah, they're a little bit just like, whoa, the two middle ones are okay, the outer ones are iffy. But they are... Oh, no, that's fairly fixable, actually. Hold on. Oops. Just a little less bend. And if we really want to make it look like quite okay, we can do that too. Look, see, they've all got one. There. Wow. This is using... Oh, yeah. Right. $390 screws per minute. So I think I actually flip. I think I flipped these two actually. So you will come down to be just too tall. Or, yeah, one tall. If you're coming all the way through, you need to come into a different part of the building. Which means you gotta go underneath that. And in through here or something. You can ramp up there as well, that's fine. And then you're scooting. You're scooting a lot more. Hey, enjoy lunch to Luke. I could go for some. Very snacky recently. I don't know why I did 4. God damn it. Okay. And then steel beams, making sure we're good here. All seems fine. Steel beams then come in, and they get manufactured with the zipper output. For now, just the 2 constructors. But eventually, maybe more. Only need 2 of these things, but if I want to get multiple heavy modular frames going, we'll be needing more. And now we have that option. I don't know. You're okay to just come out that way. And you get a big fat belt, because this is a bunch of screws. Show you my zipper output. Wait, what? Ecky. Tier 3 is fine. Should probably have them use a riser. There. Excellent. It's like a steel paneled window. Strange. That's too weird. I don't like that. And that's a concrete paneled window. I don't know, maybe? Just a big concrete building. Kinda wacky. Probably won't be keeping that, but... It can stay for now. Okay, we're okay to plug all this in, I think. Those are all going. Very excessive. It's gonna be nuts watching all the screws fly out of here. It's gonna get backed up though before we get to see very much, unfortunately. Because we don't have any encased beams coming through. And we don't have them coming through because I think we're just simply not making very much, and I made this an industrial container, which is problematic. Because we're not making that many. But you could definitely be just you could easily be just a storage container. God. Since I don't have to have that, like, strange upper level output thing that I had before. And Mark IV. Because why not? There. And now, it's basically full. Not much longer. I will take some for me though and force feed this. Get it kind of sort of kick-started a little bit. Ooh, it's doing things. So we're making 20 beams per minute. Modular frames only 20 per minute. So if we want to touch this, also 80 rubber. If we want to touch this, we need to get the second line of rubber going. Screws we're plenty okay on. The second line of rubber needs to be done. Modular frames needs to be improved. The second line of rubber is just building the stuff. Increasing modular frames means improving the iron sheet output, which is fun because there's plenty of iron there. We just need to throw in some plastic. Iron sheets and plastic together makes a really nice iron sheet recipe. And then encased industrial beams needs to be improved just a little bit more. I don't know what the bottleneck was for that though. Steel beams and concrete. We can make 6 per minute. I don't know what recipe we're doing. I guess we head down and take a look. While this building just kinda sits and thinks about what it's done / doing. Oh yeah. Should also probably get some sort of an output going. Mark IV belt. Yeah, definitely. Just so many of these things are building up in there. There's already 7 in there, though. It's doing stuff. This is nice. Man, a move tool would be so good. Feed it that way a bit by hand. Temporarily. So now let's head out and see. Oh yeah, MAM as well. I think that's been done for a bit. Recycled rubber. Plastic and fuel to make rubber. Sure. And keep all the options available. The more weird, like, this and that we can put together to make things, the better. That's just more options. A little less of a headache trying to figure out how much of what I need when just about any output can be used as an input for something else, you know? Coffee. Whee. So the recipe we're using, I think, only makes 4 per, and that's with the pipes. That's with the pipes. The pipes are coming in from this back room. You're making steel. Steel zips out. Upstairs. And is going in for pipes. However, we can transition this. Yeah, it's a little bit dark up here, right? Oh yeah, I had like this weird wraparound thing going on. This output is changing. Because you're going to be, instead of 30 for 20 pipes, you're going in for beams to make 60 per 15. So we're making how much? 2, 3, 4 of you. Bump you up to the 60. We're working backwards a little bit here. Let's see how we can manage. So if you're all going 60, 6, 12, 18, 240. Mark III belt. You're also taking it 60, 6, 12, 18, 240. Those can go away. Ah, the sun's up. that was zipper inputs and outputs. Why is it not what I'm looking at? Alright, so now that's just a more simplified zipper output for the 4 machines. So I had... what input did I have going on? 4, 5, 6, 7 of these things making the steel pipes. Hey, how's it going, Mr. Meteor? Welcome. So far, so good, I think. A little bit of changing recipes around, got rubber kick-started, got a little start on the heavy modular frames factory. The output of it's not that great, but I mean, it's doing something at least. This output we leave kinda bare for now. Just to get rid of these pipes, at least. Kinda flush the system a bit. We're still making pipes. Oh, it's just leftovers. Okay. 15, 30, 45, 60 per minute we're getting, though. I need 24. Ugh. It's a bit simpler, but I don't think this is actually gonna make a drastic enough difference. We have to get more steel over here. Okay, I think we're finally cleaned out. Then I'll reconnect that once I'm sure we're set on the other end of things. Because you're 40 and 40 now. So 120 coal and iron ingots. Wait, on 60. 4 of these guys. 4, 12, 16. 160 iron, 160 coal. You're technically able to handle 240. Are we actually melting up 240? I see. We're underclocked over here. Okay. Put some of the iron ore back in for you. While double checking, making sure the clock saved correctly. Okay. So that's 30 per minute across 8 of these guys. Double check once again, make sure the clocks are fine so I never have to look at it again. Yeah. So that's 240. Which is a little extra, actually. We only need 160. So we're extra for the iron. This is good. The coal that we've got coming in is coming in from down below, and down below is a little bit odd. Because I'm also using coal for refueling, so it's a little bit uncertain how much is being used. I've got you both slightly overclocked to handle what I need plus a bit. So, because you're refueling like a couple truck stations, so I wanted like a little bit extra just to make sure. There's 240. Well, actually, let's do like, yeah, screw it. Just whatever. Just have a bunch. I don't care. Mark III belt was 270. Yeah, okay. So Mark III, Mark III, Mark III. You'd want to be Mark IV. Big Mark IV. You're okay being Mark II. You're just like a refuel thing. Diluted packaged fuel. Package up some water and throw it in with heavy oil residue to make packaged fuel. Interesting. Water it down a bunch. I don't need canisters that way because we're using the canisters for the packaged water. It's kind of nice. That's how fuel works? Okay. A rubber concrete. None of these. I guess I'll take water down whatever. We're gonna leave that there for now. So tier 2, tier 4 heading up. I never got a nice way to get up there from down here. There we go. And that's heading up into here, into a smart splitter. Mark for that. Mark for that. That's Mark III for refueling, and then all the overflow is heading out this way. And that's the most I can do for now. So you're all starved with pipes. We'll change your recipe over to that. There's some residual. You are the unnecessary because I never got that set up to be actually properly conserved, but it also doesn't really matter. You're really just a buffer at this point in case somehow the truck station gets full. Shrug. I'll take some more if I can. Add sawdust for better efficiency. There you go. Sawdust meals. It works. Okay. Well, that's happening. So coal we're plenty good on. We've got like a tier 3 belt completely saturated. Easy peasy, no problem. We could overclock the iron a little bit if needed. We could also do iron through a refinery, pump some water, bring it over, and we do the pure iron ingot or whatever if we need to get like even more iron. Okay, I don't know the pure iron yet, but I think that was it. It was just like inside the refinery or so. You just like bring some water in and you make pure iron. But we're making the 240 here. Yeah. And only using 160 here. So these could be bumped up. Wait, what? 240. 6, 12, 18, 20. No, we're good. So that's 240 steel ingots that were going up. And 240 being consumed. To make 15 steel beams per. So 60 steel beams going out, but we need 24 per minute, so like a little more steel would be good. Coal we're plenty okay on. I just got to get like a little bit more belt work done. And then we got to figure out more iron. Shouldn't be a problem. Concrete wise, I think we're like crazy set for concrete. Taking off the belt like an animal. Ugh. Disgusting. I'll have to take a look at the concrete and see if there's any sort of a bottleneck happening there. But iron ore was just the one in the area. There's... yeah, right. All of that over there. The bazillion that we've got over there. Just a million iron. Was there also more coal over there? Or even more coal over here. There's the pure coal there. So yeah, we could bring this pure coal up and do another steelworks to get some more steel going there if we need to. It kind of beats just doing a big overclock on everything here, because that's a lot of overclocking to have to do. Alternatively, I extend the building out a little more and we get in more smelters, I guess, so I don't have to overclock the smelting at all. And then concrete. Let's see what we're doing with that. I think concrete we were like way over with. That was... You're where the concrete's going. Very yellow over here. $240 limestone. 15, 30, 45, 60, 75 concrete per minute coming in. Doesn't seem like much, actually. Okay, so we'd have to up our concrete a little bit as well. Because we don't have that much going with it. What is that limestone? Oh. Ah. Okay. We have a whole second line of limestone going. Alright. So we are actually pretty okay. That's another 15, 30, 45, 60, 75. So we are okay for that then. Okay. And this is all to get more encased beams for more faster heavy modular frames, which I'm not ready to double that production yet. Just more making sure I could when I need to. And this is still the limiter, it turns out. Because of iron. That whole line can continue going now. Okay. So we're not filling up. We're only making 60 steel beams, I think, right? So we're not even filling up the third one of these, technically. Right. Okay. So that one's going to fluctuate a lot. And to get that fixed, yeah, that's going to be a matter of mining up that coal that was over here. Let's take a look and see logistically how we get that up to the iron, because there's a ton of iron up there that we can use, no problem. Super simple. It just might be a bit of a climb for the coal. And then the steel beams that we're making here, then we ship over. I guess the dude delivering concrete can, like, do one concrete delivery and then do a, steel beam delivery, I guess. I have to get another truck station set up for the steel. Just the one dude? Kinda weird. Okay. And the iron is that way a decent bit. 240 coal, plenty. And all that iron was exactly where? Oh, okay, up by this. What's weird is when the game stutters and hiccups and does its lockup thing, it also drastically reduces mouse sensitivity. I don't know what this game's got going on. Very much looking forward to the engine update. Maybe the game is actually, like, kind of playable. Boy, is it rough. Just that way, I think. Kind of sort of clearing out a path. Yeah. Definitely not hard drive, no, it's just the game running like ass. It's held together with paper clips and thumbtacks. Right. Somewhere up here we come up. Skill issue? Yeah, you're right. I gotta get good and just have a big, massive, flat foundation where I just build everything. And we don't actually have anything in rooms at all. There's just a big field of machinery. And I can be like, look, I played Satisfactory. And then I can go onto everybody's streams and give them, like, bad information and terrible hot takes. And they'll be like, I'll totally do that. That's how this works, right? Sadness. I need more stuff. It's alright. A drop-off wouldn't be a terrible idea. Wondering if it would work if I have like one of those tractors also make a drive over. Like it brings the concrete over and then drives back to where I'm putting up this steel and then drops off that into a different truck stop. and then it heads back to the start and redoes it. It's a little bit of wasted time, but during that time, like, stuff needs to be made up anyway, because right now it's only bringing like a couple stacks at a time maximum because it's such a short trip, ultimately. So maybe a little bit of wasted time wouldn't be a terrible thing for it. Getting there. And how you doing over here? Oh. All right, hey, we got a whole stack already of it. Look at us go. It's ridiculously slow. But we're working on that. One step at a time. It's kind of how you gotta treat this game too, in a way. It's like, it seems so overwhelming at first, but if you just one step at a time, it ain't that bad. Like, oh, I gotta also increase the rubber output, and oh, I gotta change this recipe over so I can do more modular frames, and oh, I gotta do this, that, and, but if you just treat it one at a time, it's not so bad. It's like right now, it's just, let's get some more steel made, and that's it. That's as far as my thought process has gone currently. Let's get some steel made. That's it. Afterwards, I'll probably do the rubber because it's another easy thing to do. And we just, you know, take it easy. There's better pipes. And now we're like so ready for the next phase. Monster bits. Stash those away for research, because I guess I'll grab the turbo fuel while I'm at it. I'm not even completely convinced I need compressed coal. I remember it being really cool, but I don't know what goes into it. But I remember it being cool, and it could be a way to increase our coal power without having to do a whole lot of work. I needed just conveyor belt stuff, I think, but like I also need to do smelters to smelt down some of that iron. Foundries to make steel. Something like 8 and 4 seems right. Another miner Mark II, which is 2 more portable miners. I think that's mostly it. It's not a whole lot, really. Don't know why I keep hitting V for the to-do list. Apparently I got everything that I need, though. So our to-do list is empty. We've done everything. Week's goals accomplished. Well done. Gross. This needs to be sorted at some point. But I'm not sure how. Actually, I might know how. here. And then instead of being there, we'll scoot this over a little bit more. Oops. And attach onto the side of that. We'll attach just back here then. All right. That works. It's still the messiest corner ever. Take a couple stacks of those. Couple stacks of steel beams. It worked faster in my mind, okay. All right. And we're back. Like nothing ever happened. Feels pretty weird doing this just freestyle without a foundation. All the way up here. Almost let me. Okay. Somewhere over here. Ah! So this has got to be smelted up as well. 8 smelters, I think, is what we had done. I might just do 4 smelters overclocked, though, because I can. We're not overclocking very much nowadays. Although... you know what, actually? This is fairly clean, I think. We can go for 8. We just... split out here. And then you merge out. I'm not sure what you think you're clipping here. I guess it's touching, like, the side of the input, maybe. Seems fine to me, though. Something felt off. I guess, actually. As per usual, finish it and then change your mind. Merge out this way towards where the coal's coming from. And then if we have to boot up any of these other iron nodes, we're gonna have to make like a big smelting tower then for all of that. It's gonna be a ton. It's a good problem to have though. I don't mind too much. Good to have options. That's why I like to do stuff without overclocking, and overclocking turns into like the worst case scenario. It's pretty easy worst case scenario. Worst case, put in one of the 70 overclock things that I've got and tell it just to go harder. Alright. So there's the 240 iron. Yeah. 30 in, 30 out. Across 8, 16, 24. Yeah. That works out. So 240 coming through, 240 coal being mined up. Clear out some of this area to make a foundry. I think 4 foundries are what we need. Goodbye, flowers. Probably move the output a bit. They're both inputs, so they ought to be coming in from relatively the same area. Might even have one higher than the other. And also this building probably longer. Oh yeah, 40 and 40 to make 60. So yeah, 4 of these. Well, no, more than that. Well, hold on. 240 we're making? Alright, so 6 of these. Up to. Is any of this necessary, actually? Because I think we're not even using all the iron that we have over there then, because I think I just have the 4 foundries. I mean, I may as well do this anyway. It's good to have extra coming through. I mean, God, you need steel for just all the stuff. Because I got the same pure deal here. In coal, we've got just 1 trillion of. So there's the 8 smelters that are working. And that's heading in mixed with. Yeah, it's only 40 per minute. I should be able to overclock these. Because if we're getting 240, then yeah, I'd have room for 2 more. That's just the upstairs. And there's not really a way to walk across, but that's fine. Oops. Whoops. Not even close. God, I want just a move button. Ugh. And then you just continue around. I think that's right. It gets confusing having to bend around buildings and stuff. At least I got the distance right for the lift. And then coal, same-ish deal. Using the stackers as the guideline. Because I tried to think ahead, and now my brain hurts. Awa. Thinking horde. Okay. So that's this guy. And that's an extra 120 coming through then. So now we're doing 6, 12, 18, 24, 300, 360 per minute we've got going upstairs now. Yikes. 360. So 6 of these as well. So plus 2. It sure is nice just using zippers for everything and not having to do like some wild splitter merger array. It's so easy just to tack on more machines like this. It's just like, boom, done. The spines all just Mark 4 because who cares, and the inputs are almost always Mark 1 because they can't eat that much. Those are connected. Just need to make sure we merge out the right direction. This is that steel beam recipe. So that's an extra 30 steel beams being made then with these 2 machines. So 30, 60, 75? No, 90. 15, 30, 45, 60, 75, 90. 15 per. 90. So 90 steel beams then. Are heading through. That's feeding almost the 4th machine, but 3 are being fed almost the 4th, so we still do need a little bit more. But 3.75 machines making 6 per minute. 22.5. We've increased 2.5 encased steel beams per minute thus far. So now that's the changeover. So that was a slightly more efficient recipe for us then, that way, definitely. I thought it really weird that we were producing less for it not really being much of a simpler recipe. I think it was like more expensive power-wise, it took more machines to do, so it should have been like a simpler or more efficient recipe. And it seemed to be neither of those. But it was me misunderstanding inputs and outputs. It's the 40 ins into the 60 out. That confused me. So that's that. So this is still the 240s, so we should be able to get 6 of these in now. Or 3 with overclocking. If I want to do it that way. Do I want to, though? Not really. But I'm feeling kind of lazy. And yeah, one of you needs to be up high, so it'll be you. Otherwise, I just have the belts wrap around, and we just like have that kind of a central thing again. But man, am I feeling lazy right now. Power's not much of an issue for me right now, so I think I'll go for some overclock. That's fine. To future-proof it, though. Future me will appreciate this. Maybe. God, you think he'll notice? Hard knowing with that guy sometimes. So basically, yeah, not quite. All right. Needs to be a double window, I think, maybe. Yeah, kinda. Nah, we'll go out. Otherwise, the splitters will be right up against the wall. And I'm not sure I want that. But here we don't really have enough room. So you will be a center window. Grats! Yeah, I see. Great. Ugh. Invited to a slot tournament tomorrow? What, like, pull the lever and, like, get fruits and shit slots? That sounds like a terrible tournament. Why not just play a die rolling tournament? The first one to roll 6 3 times in a row wins. What's the prize? Oh, some socks or something. Work socks, since apparently work clothing is the theme for gifts there. You want a nice pair of work socks? I'll get rolling on those dice. Amazon gift cards? Oh, at least there's that. But do you gotta pay for your own slots or what? And Mark II in. I'm not going back for basic plates. I don't wanna. I think I might have to, though. There we are. That is... That's the recipe. And that's your overclock. Guess it needed to be tier 2 anyway. It actually works out. I would have left it at tier 1 and wondered why we were bottlenecked. And you're pumping out 120 per minute, so... Tier 2 on the outs as well. Except you. Gonna be tier 4, actually. There. Bit more steel coming through. With free spins, you get 100 free spins. The one who wins the most wins the tournament. Just fucking roll a die and get it over with sooner. There's no skill in slots. This is stupid. This is fucking dumb. Let's take a course in probability and just hand out gift cards. It's so dumb. With how often your dryer eats your socks, this reminds you to buy socks. Is that actually a thing that happens? I've never had a dryer that eats socks. Unless you mean just socks go missing, in which case, yeah, absolutely. I was under the impression that when people say stuff like that, they mean like their socks get ruined in the dryer. But maybe it's just because they just go missing. But don't forget to buy socks. Buy underwear while you're at it too. Nice fresh pair of undies. It's a great feeling, that. The void takes its tax. Yeah, so it goes. Right. Now, you're outputting... I'm not really sure where. But we can get a truck station set up over here. Right, okay, so your output's going to be belted? I guess. Could have it come over. And just kind of crash land in the third row. That works. It does need to be fed into a new truck station, though. Which... yeah... Could be run back. I haven't done any of the supports for this stuff yet, so that gets to be a mess no matter what. But we could do truck station... over here somewhere. So these come in. And then truck station. And it drives out. I think this'll work. That's maybe a bit better. And you just kinda follow along. Where are my double ramps at? I bought double ramps, didn't I? Ah, yeah, right here. Why are we higher? Oh. Oh, right, yeah, 248. Yeah, alright, never mind. I get it. Rats. That's how you get here. Whoever's delivering the concrete will, on a return trip, come up here, pick up this, head back down over there to drop that off into... I think just on the side here. And then you come back up and you start it all over again. You'll be getting the refuel when you drop off concrete, I believe. So that works. And isn't too intrusive. You just kind of pull up and then heal out. Yeah. Okay. Need to get some of that iron plate going.
Oh my god!
It's happening!
So many months.
Hey, some Texagon. Thank you very much, Tier 1, 34 months. A couple more for a 3-year promotion. Wouldn't it be better then when I use a real truck for that instead of the tractor trucks? I don't think I have enough material coming through for the trucks. The tractors are smaller, but I think that's about it. Like, the main issue that I've got is how do I separate the materials, and there's no, like, filters on the vehicles or truck stations. So, it is what it is. And I'm not producing so many that a tractor is being filled up, like, oh god, I'm falling behind, I can't take all this concrete, how do I hold it all? And, you know, if anything, I need them to waste time, so their trip is more worthwhile, because right now I'm not producing enough to even really need a tractor. May as well just be a belt. But, yeah, with enough back and forth and inefficient route for it to take, it'll be fine. I mean, truthfully, what I could do is use a truck and have one truck do all of this. It drops off the concrete, it drops off the steel, it picks up the reinforced beams, drops those off, and it drops off circuit boards. Because in the time that it takes for the truck to do all of that, the machines will have produced enough to actually make a trip worthwhile. And maybe that's something that I do. I don't know how the route would work. I'd have to probably connect another couple roads to make it a little more logical. But it's something we can play around with. Because, like, this is full up only because we're not using it that quickly out there. That's all that is. But a truck could pick up all of this. I think plus a bit as well. Trucks have a lot of space. The big problem is the inability to get commands like until fully loaded. That's only for trains. Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's a problem for me per se, because I don't. Again, like, unless you're producing enough to where until fully loaded actually means anything. For me, that'd be like you're just sitting there waiting for like an hour and a half, and in that time, the machines further down the line could have done anything, you know? They're just sitting there waiting for the truck to finally come by. But if you got a factory that's making like if you were to move screws, let's say, where you're making literally like 3,000 screws per minute, there's no belt that can handle that at all. You have to use a vehicle for that kind of a throughput. And if the trip for the truck is taking, you know, a half hour to do, you know, 30 minutes, making a few thousand screws per minute, you're talking like 36,000 plus screws that you'd have to be moving per trip. And then it's like, okay, I think we might want to be looking at a truck because a tractor's too small now. It's just like, think about the truck being just like a tier 2 belt to a tier 1 belt. The tractor is just the tier 1 belt, you know. Where's the output? Like somewhere over here? Somewhere over here. And then if we use this iron, it's gonna have to like go up this tower. So if we have you come around this way, it'll work. It's a little bit tight, but that's okay. Yeah, no, yeah, that's fine. Really, I'd be wanting, like, wall 2. Fully loaded also includes fully unloaded, and if you would have those two, or at least the latter, you could use a single truck for all deliveries without having fear of contaminated belts. Or, yeah, but you might have, if you also can't use that much that quickly, you end up getting a tractor that can't unload. So it may be waiting a while to load, and then it can't unload either because you're not using it fast enough. But otherwise, yeah, with those two together, yeah, you can do quite a bit with just one vehicle. I think that's like added bonus for the train though, because the train does have that, as you said. I guess. Bring these together. There's that. Extra meter. Actually, hold on. Do a little bit of simplifying here. There we go. There we go. 2 less foundations to have to load, technically. Whoa. And that's a lie. This just comes across. To, yeah, here. Ish. Just off. No? No, it was fine. What the... This is by far the worst part of the game, is just getting shit to line up because you can't use your own markers. Those guidelines that appear, I want to build those. I want to use those. Okay. I just need more reinforced concrete and we can finish that line. Took the longest way ever to get here. An extra 30. Not gonna cut it. Gotta go all the way back. But hey, it gives me an opportunity to sip on some more coffee. I think once I get the truck station, like at least getting some input into it, I'll, I guess I can get the tractor to start delivering it as well, I suppose. May as well. But then I think I leave it at that for frames. Because I don't really need heavy modular frames yet. I needed it for like the small tier progression things, but like for project assembly, I don't need heavy modular frames yet. I need just a bunch of regular modular frames, which still need to be improved as well, by the way, by incorporating the new iron sheet plastic thing. I don't think that'll be too bad to do. So we can get that set up to hopefully drastically increase our modular frame production, hoping to maybe double it without too much work. And then we can maybe toy with the idea of getting a smart plating factory up, but I think that'll wait. I think I'll just like slap together a couple assemblers as I had done previously and just along that main bus line, just throw the shit together real quick into what we need for project assembly, and then we can advance to the new tier, and then smart plating can have its own factory next week, I guess. Because I would like to have that stuff, because I think a lot of that stuff is really good for doing the points, right? The coupon thing. Ugh, looks so gross. I need like tier 2 conveyor belt holding bits or something to fit this in a bit better. And then that is the fuel slot. That's the input. Just doesn't go. There. A tighter S-bend. This is loading. Give it power. Very nice. We are crooked. God damn it. Wait. Yeah, we are. We're definitely crooked. Okay. So I wasn't crazy. What? What? Okay, maybe I am crazy a little bit. Is it because of that that it's... Yeah, it needs to be... like... that? And then it goes straight on. E. Okay. Are we satisfied? Kind of. Really just a little bit. Alright, whatever. So that's those. Now... you there. Stop! Well... cancel. Okay. Autopilot disabled. Trash those. You are going to delete path. I'm so glad this works. Whatever. So, just fucking destroy the old tractor, we'll make a new tractor. I just want to change your path. All I want to do. I'm the first person in the world who's ever wanted to do this, though, so here we are. Ugh. Just, stuff like this is like the hard counter to these games that never fucking update. It's like once a year it updates. So you just have to like put up with stuff like this forever, and it's just the way it is. So, load path, I guess? Too far away. Load that path, I guess. Oh, okay, cool. Fantastic. So how long ago was that? 40 seconds prior. Let's see. Apparently showing markers was not the move. Even if I delete its path. Somehow. Okay. Good. I'm gonna put you down here. Give you the coldest fuel. And start recording. You stop here, you get loaded. We'll wait a little bit. Then you head out and probably collide with the wall a little bit. Take it nice and slow down these hills. And you don't want to unload. I never made the other truck station. It's only just occurred to me. But that'll go probably here, because then it can like output up into there somewhere, so we're gonna have like another floor to this up there, I think. So around here. Something like that. Oof. Do not have that many screws. Could also have it. Well, no, I think this is probably best. Plenty of room to work with there. I think we can scoot it back a bit. I don't know why the focal point is that box that's sitting on the floor. Yeah. Something like that is the output. Safety railing that actually has proper function, because oh god. And can I get a little bit of power from back here? No. How about that way? OH and S approves your railing? OH and S. Whereabouts you from? I always knew them as OSHA. OSHA. They don't exist, mind, but Ah, okay, yeah. Okay, I know they're health and safety, but I don't think they have an O for it. I think it's just health and safety. Well, maybe, I don't know. Occupational health and safety sounds nice. I guess we can get a railing there too. Right, so, you over here. We'll have to adjust your pause time, I think. Are we still going, or... No. Okay, you've just made new. Well, isn't that swell? Once more, from the top. Oof. They exist, they just work from home. Probably. I always say that OSHA is just something we tell the new hires to keep them in line and scare them. But really, they're nothing to be afraid of. I mean, plus, how could you be afraid of a $200 fine when you're a multi-billion annual company anyway? I mean, really. Jeez. My workplace has never cared about them. They had no reason to. So once more, you can start from here. That'll be maybe fine. Gonna have to get something set up for the excess concrete if I've got one tractor doing all this. Or at least limit our concrete production to somewhat match our consumption. Otherwise, this dude's gonna be sitting with a full load of concrete. Or just mix and match stuff. I don't even know if I want to bother with getting a smart splitter to like figure out where it's meant to be going, because that's the downside of this is like what Theranum was saying, without having a way to like fully unload, we're going to be sitting with like partial stuff and it's going to get mixed together. So I'd always have to have just like on the belt output a smart splitter, and whatever doesn't fit just gets trashed, I guess. I don't know. I guess that works. Yeah, smart truck stops is like what's hugely missing with this whole system using the vehicles. Maybe that's like... Maybe they want you to use the trains, like that's why trains have a little bit of logic to them. Nah, I'm not gonna fuck. I'm just gonna make another tractor. It's fine. It's whatever. I don't feel like messing with it right now. If I get something set up to where I have one single truck doing all the stuff, because I think that would be an okay way to do it, then I'll have to do like just a belted output on the truck stops with the smart splitter. What doesn't fit in the smart splitter goes off into a storage that we actually pull from. Anything else that doesn't fit as overflow then just goes into a ticket machine. It gets melted, and eventually it'll sort itself through that, I guess. Yeah, when the truck stop becomes full, or like the big underlying problem is what happens when the tractor can't actually do the full-on drop-off. So like we'll save this path as concrete path. Enable autopilot. There you go, enjoy. Because like this guy already, the concrete, I mean I trashed a lot of it, but this guy was driving around with a full load of concrete for just forever, basically. And 5 rotors. I don't have the stuff for the rotors because I don't have the screws. Do I have screws anywhere nearby? No, I don't. So that would just happen again. Where this guy just has a bunch of concrete. And then he would be going to the steel drop-off point. And he'd drop off the concrete there. So now there's concrete mixed in with the steel. And the outputs aren't smart outputs, so... when I tell them to output into the factory, it'll be just dumping whatever's next in line. And because we're doing fucking first in, last out for some ungodly reason, the newly put in mixed material that doesn't belong is the first thing to jam itself into the machines. Like... If they mean for it to be like that, and they're like, that's why we have trains, and trains have that kind of smart logic to where you can do full loads and full unloads to ensure that you have a nice sanitized cargo. Alternatively, you've got the multiple cargo holds, I guess, with the multiple loading bays. So they can just kind of be designated like that. If that's just meant to be just like, that's the big appeal of trains, then okay, sure, I suppose, but... man. It really limits what you can do with tractors and trucks with not being able to do that. They're kind of a hassle to mess with in the first place. Over here works, actually. Being able to whitelist slots, blacklist slots, and simply just close off slots would be massive. That'd be great. Like, if I want a storage container for, turbo motors. I don't want an entire storage container of turbo motors. I just want to have a few turbo motors on hand all the time always, so if I need them, then fine. So I'd be like, have a storage container, but all but 2 slots are just closed off. Don't put anything there. That'd be great. That'd be awesome. But we don't have that. And we probably won't have that. Because that takes care of a lot of the logistics of the game. When you can kind of like... micromanage things on a slot level. It'd have to be a thing that you have for smart storage. So here's all of the basic logistics, and then you have smart logistics as its own separate thing. It'd have to be to balance it out. That's that. And I got a bit of coal on me. Cool. Now the thing is how do I fuel this guy? Some of the coal that I have down below that's coming up for the one truck station that I was gonna share. Now I'm not refueling there. And I can't just have him stop by. I guess I could tell him to, like, go there to still load. Or unload, rather. As long as it's afterwards. But there's still the chance that, like, even just a little bit of steel then gets put in because, like, the timing was such that the steel was full, but, oh, there's, like, a slot open for concrete still. And now, grats, you've got steel in there, and first in, first out, or first in, last out, and it clogs up immediately. Yeah. A truck to deliver fuel to truck stops to refuel other trucks. No, I mean, I don't think it'll be too bad. I've got coal just below. But I still gotta, like, split it off and stuff and get it over here. I guess. Why are you like this? Whatever. Do I even have room under there, actually? Or do I have to move it out and around? Okay, there's no room under there. It's got to come out and around. To over here, I guess. There. It's out of the way enough, I think. Oops. Oh. Why are you targeting the pole? Ah! Iron plates. That's what I think of your iron plates. So you're doing off to the right first. So you can have a normal splitter here. Guideline? Nope. Why do I not get a guideline here? I guess because it's in a impossible location. Take my frustrations out on you. Tier 2. How about I mark one that? And I mark one that. They're throttled. This game, you listen for hours, you watch at the screen, and you just don't get it. It looks like 120% busy work simulating, and when you're done, you created more busy work for yourself. It's like, work. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's about it, though. It's a really chill, just like, yeah, just like a work game. It just compounds and becomes more and more and more and more and more eventually, and I don't know, it's kind of nice just like looking back after it all and being like, look at what I've done. Plus, I'm also a sucker for work simulator type games anyway, so it really doesn't bother me. And that's all marked for the stuff that really matters. I'm gonna mark 3 this section of it just to make sure that like some proper throughput happens. Otherwise, you may as well just be a splitter and naturally clog up. So I know this guy's getting its precious, precious fuel, so I don't have to worry about how dude gets well, gets around just in general, really. Still have to make it. We'll put you here. And there's your starter fuel. Put you in something of an alright starting spot. Actually, we should probably move you at the pickup. A middle management simulator? Oh my god, yes. Yes! I will one day finance this project. That is like the true ball ache simulator. That'd be so good. Still a way to proper barkeep / tavern simulator. I think it's called Tavern Keeper. It's still being worked on, and as far as I know, there's no early access or demo available for it yet. I think it's being made by Greenheart Games, same folks who did Game Dev Tycoon. Come over to the side, park around here. Big load. What the fuck is the stuttering? I'm recording over here. God. It's so frustrating. I could totally see a middle management game like actually working out really well though, because you got kind of mandates coming in from above that's like kind of limiting what's possible / what you can do, but also there's like workflows and priorities that you have to manage for the people who are underneath you. It could work. I could actually non-ironically see it working out. Unload. Try that again. I thought that seemed off. We'll have to modify your pause here to be not 80 seconds long. Ugh. I hope it saves those markers. That'd be great. Something's coming in from a perpendicular angle, it ought to wait for it, right? Don't think I have to worry about it. Alright. So safe path. Steel beams. Good luck figuring out that exactly. Spamming Q for record menu. Hello? There we go. Enable autopilot. 15 seconds. Let's see about that. I guess that's about the best thing that you could do for this to ensure that you get like a full load dropped off is you just like adjust the wait time to be like 3 minutes or something. Right, and then your collision seems to have not impacted much. You can delete that note though, so you just... I'll figure it out, I'm sure. Upgrading conveyors wouldn't really do much. It depends what you're being, what machines you're feeding into. I think you missed the discussion we were having about it earlier though. See how you handle getting out, because you did absolutely not save most of these markers that you should have. I'm pretty sure you're gonna run into this, get stuck, and teleport. Alright. Quiet path, you got this apparently, well done. And just fucking good luck everybody, and just floor it in reverse onto the highway. Great. And then this would be heading up to... Yeah, I was not expecting that. What's blocking? What clearance? Whose clearance? Where? I assume the roof. It unfortunately gives no indication of which clearance you're actually blocking sometimes, so it's almost anybody's guess. Yeah, we're not gonna have room for all of that. This whole line would have to move back a little bit if we're going to squeeze in these constructors here. So what I might do instead is just lazy overclock for now, since we can definitely fit that in. It's just a question of how to best do that. Because I need, like... I need a merger somewhere. Yeah, I can merge onto that. I can fit a merger onto that. If I had iron plates. You there. Give me some ingots. One iron plate shirt. Are you kidding me? But what I was talking about before was like how we could have a single tractor do multiple truck stops where it's dropping off and picking up different objects. So it'd be doing concrete delivery and also steel beam delivery, but because there's no way to ensure that it fully unloads and clears and sanitizes its cargo, there's no way to make sure that it doesn't mix things together. And once you mix things together, it's kind of game over for the machinery. So your best bet would be to have outside the truck station every single time a smart splitter filtering out what you actually mean to be storing there, and the rest of it just gets ejected out into... You're a real piece, you know that? You're like just the massive piece. There's no angle there. What's sharp? I think it's like actually upset because this belt is just so damn fat. Your belt is so fat. But you'd have to outside every single truck stop have a smart splitter sorting what you want, and you just like melt down into coupons anything that doesn't belong, but that's such a waste of materials. So we merge... Actually, we can be over, like, a bit more. Yeah, here-ish. But I think I still have the output... I don't know, will you? Will you, won't you? Oh! What? Where are you lifting? Okay. Good answer. So that still works. And then this is just pretty much right in. And now we feed it in from the truck station into that, which is kind of sort of already done. Alright, I'm working over here. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, okay. We can do this. The riser's got to be up another notch, though. That'd be up 4, which you don't reach. Okay, so we stay off to the side like that, then. Yeah, fine. All right. It could look. so much cleaner. Kinky. But not in the way that you'd think. I mean, the real struggle is that, like, just nothing lines up just naturally in this game. Just nothing lines up at all. It's, like, all free-placed by hand in MS Paint somehow. I don't get it. You can come down a notch, though. So at least this part looks maybe a little bit better. And then you just... We got the bend right. So then straight over. Alright, we got it. Because the wall things are like out too far. Always. They're like their own distance. So there's just a massive load of that stuff coming through. That's like probably a fully done Mark IV belt. So you can all very happily chug along doing that. This would have to be, if we're doing any overclocking here, a Mark II. And the solution going forward to remove overclock is take all this machinery, move it back 3 notches or so to get another line in here. And then we can have the zippers happening. Like, really just 1 notch is all we need, honestly. Which I could do if I, like, really cram these things together. But I'll hold off on that for now. That's something that I can, like, throw together before a stream or over the weekend or something like that. And just shift it all and get another line in there so we can do away with overclocking. And then just have the truck depot load come in through the wall. The question is, though, how much have I brought in through the truck station? I should have enough to double. It should be enough to double. If I do double, though, 12, 18, 24, 360, we'd be looking at 720, which we can't do with this belt. So we're looking at 480. Hey. Great. Overclock you enough to consume 80 steel. Okay. That might be enough, though. And then when we do get nicer belts, we've actually got a use case for them. It's always nice. Sometimes it's like, yay, I can do this, but like I really don't need to yet. Here's those, by the way. And there's those. Just had a thought, why bother bringing the steel over when I could turn it into steel beams fairly easily? I don't know why this... There we go, now I can crouch. I don't know why I'm, like, losing input sometimes. You can tell it's Thursday. Game's doing weird stuff. Has to be a Thursday. Because if I brought in just straight up steel, I guess I don't really know how I can... Or, steel beams. I don't know really where I would drop that off at. Because I'd have to mix onto this belt, which... would be nice. Because there's a lot of room on this belt still. Four, 6, 8... 120 now we've got. In theory. Okay, in theory, we finally have enough steel beam coming through to satisfy these guys. Only just enough, without any sort of variation. So we've gone from 20 to 30 encased beams per minute, which doesn't sound like a whole lot, but that's a 50% improvement. Just a few more and we're close to double improvement. Everything fails on Thursdays, so you have to work on Friday and don't have to look at the screen for 8 hours waiting for the weekend to start. Man, weekends. What's a weekend? The fuck? You guys get weekends? I almost want to have like a little bicycle doing deliveries. Just like a bicycle with like 2-3 slots with a top speed of like 8 kilometers an hour. And just a little itty bitty bicycle is just like traversing my tunnels down beneath and delivering these encased beams. That's what I want. That's where others have days off while you have days like Tuesday or Thursday. Yeah, I did too. When I was working deli, I had off Monday, Tuesday, I think were my 2 days off. Sometimes I'd get a Thursday off. Sometimes. When it was time to bring down my hourly average so that I didn't apply to the benefits. I wouldn't count as a full-time employee because it takes like the average of the last like 6 months, the average amount of hours that you worked. So they'd give you an extra day off just to throw off the average, so you're like, oh, just short of being full-time, so we don't have to give you benefits. It's fine, whatever, I don't need your fucking benefits. Stupid. Stupid dumb. And then this is the next thing to beef up, to help out with more heavy modular frames, which we probably want to beef this up anyway for project assembly stuff. Because our output's not great, but we got so much iron sitting here not being used right now that we can throw into that new iron plates recipe. Just move the plastic down a little bit further so it can reach. I've only got 20 modular frames per minute right now. We could get that to be quite a bit more, I think. That's what we're using. 140 screws, 7.5 reinforced iron plates per minute. Reinforced iron plates... Ah, rubber we bring down, not plastic. No. No. It was for iron plates is the plastic. That's right. That was the one. We're currently just doing the basic ingot to plate recipe, 30 into 20. But if we throw in More iron, 50 per minute. Very easily done. And a bit of plastic, which 10 per minute we have spare for sure. We can beef the iron plate production up to 75 per minute, which means that the... I think that's just for the reinforced iron plate. That can be done a lot easier. But we could bring over some rubber as well. We don't have to use as much iron plate then that way. Bring over some rubber. I don't really have the spare rubber though. All the rubber that we're making is going to be going into the heavy modular frames. But that'd be a thing to do as well. But I'm okay with doing screws. We got steel screw recipes, so easy peasy. 30 plates per minute, 60 screws per minute for 5 reinforced iron plates. That would be the deal, and we can do it up here maybe? What are you doing? Yeah, you're bringing in a little bit of iron. It's so sad, this floor. A little bit of iron's coming in from outside. Ah. Wait, what? Wait, you're moving the iron? But not from this floor. You're bringing it from upstairs. What the hell? Oh. Alright. Yeah, no, that's fine, I guess. So... Anyway, we need these to produce with plastic. Plastic can come in down here somewhere. These don't really need to go up at all. Those are currently going up for the reinforced plates above using... Wait, where... Hold on. Where are those going exactly again? God damn it. This building is so confusing. I want a big TNT and just demolish the whole damn thing. Start over. Is that going all the way up? No. Right. Okay, yeah, this is just more screws. That's all that is. Which was a bit of extra screws because the steel screw recipe I was using man, I don't know. This floor, though, this floor is taking in a bunch of ingots for plates. So, like, this is the floor that we'd be bringing plastic, I guess. Getting in some ingots through there. So... one of those. For now, let's say the upper one. Is that connected? Okay. If you say so. Because this is where a bunch of iron's coming up, so we can, like, collapse some of this iron together and send it up. So that floor up above's got almost all the iron it could ever want. Each of these is 30 per minute. So weird. So weird what I'm doing here. It just goes up a floor to go through a wall to just continue going up. Whatever. Future me, good luck to you, dude. Man, my guy. This shit is scuffed on God. Goofy. Alright. What's going up there, though? And that's, 369, 120. 150. 369. 150. Is this the guy? Yeah. Yeah, this is him. So... I don't know. Hold on. Give me a minute. Or 5. What's this? That's output. Right, that's additional output that continues going... It goes up through the floor into this floor to go outside the wall. The stuff that we're using on this floor, though, goes out through the floor below to go out the wall, and then this comes in through the wall to be used on this floor. Goodness gracious. 2, 4, 6, 80, 180 we're making up here. 6, 8, 10, 100, 20, 40, 60, 80. 180. It'll do for now. Okay. Iron plate, not iron sheet, but I'll know what I mean, presumably. I think. I imagine. To switch this over, / be more productive, making 75 per minute. Let's just say 300 or so? I don't know. Damn near double this? Plus a bit? 450? Can we even move that? Yeah, we can. So to make 450, we'd be doing 6 machines. Do you, like, actually scroll? No. You bastard. So, for that, then... This one for sure. 300 ingots and 60 plastic. So 300 bars. We've got this entire line. Except just the two on the outside. God damn it. Here's a window. That's not an output, that's an input. Even though there's a lift right here, this lift is actually pointing to over here on this side of the building because that side's the output. It's fucking done. I'm so washed right now I can't. 30, 60, 90, 120, 150, 180, 210, 240. Have I counted correctly? God, I hope so. Plus, on this floor up here now, yeah, that's this floor. 240, 270, 300, 330, 360, 390. We're getting in 390 bars. We're good. We're set. It works. I need to get some quartz so I can label these windows though, because there's no way I'm remembering that, and I'm not doing that today. I'm about to wrap it up here for now. Let me grab some quartz and get some signs to help future me in his future endeavors. Jesus criminy. Not a single thing in that building is making sense or is logical right now. It was even confusing in its first iteration, and then we like revamped it and moved shit around up and down floors, and at least everything I think works its way up. I don't think anything ever comes down. Except that time where it goes into a room, and I think it, like, borrows that room, and then, it, like, I think this is the same line, actually. I think it's, like, coming in, goes down into the room, and then out and back up. Or something weird like that. Everything goes up, except when it doesn't. Yeah, I mean, that's, yeah. It's definitely one of my buildings. On the plus side, though, that's the only building of its kind that's, like, difficult to work with. Everything else is straightforward. The next most confusing thing was the reinforced iron plates when I did that. Because I had belts going, like, across the room to enter the inputs on the other side of the room. Because I had the outputs in the middle. So I had some stuff, like, coming in along this wall, and then it, like, lifts up, and then comes down to enter in. Now, here's this tractor, by the way. Where are you, actually? Ah, nice. Thanks for the boost. Otherwise, I think every one of these other buildings are, like, actually, like, you can kind of walk in and be like, ah, yes. That's what's happening with it. I think. So there's that. So now I can make signs. Yeah. Some more iron plates wouldn't be a terrible thing. One day I'll get these tunnels finished too. something else that needs to happen. I gotta reconnect, or we'll just connect the corner that's up ahead so I can take this all the way through back to the hub. And I gotta finish off that back area. And also this intersection needs, even the tunnel needs to be built. Can I imagine coming back to this factory after a 6-month break? Honestly, for the most part, yes. I've actually done a really good job, I think, of keeping things, like, kind of clear and obvious. I don't have any, like, different colors on the buildings or anything, but I would know what's going on. It's just this building is a monster. Even 12 hours away from this building and I'm already confused. But hello, Ghostwoods, welcome. How you doing? Been a while. I haven't heard from you in ages. Right. 240? It's that, which is actually that. That's the entire line of smelters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 smelters. 240 ingots, is that? Why are you like that? Hold on. Ah. Okay, I see. We'll do that half meter square then. Ugh. Boy, this is terrible. Why are you like that? Alright, whatever. It's 240. I can read it. And this guy was just like 120 or something. Your... wait. Oh, this is one that's coming in from above? I think. Is it? Shit. No. This floor is just depressing. Where do you come from? Okay, you do come from below. Alright. No. Yes, 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 this is it, right. 3, 6, 9, 12, 150. There. And the goal is only 300, so there's that. How I go about rearranging this, I'm not too sure. Probably just like merge them together. Somewhere, somehow. Probably have you smelt and come into this room and then merge. Yeah, I'd like the other one, actually. But I kinda can't. Like, I could, actually. If I do that. Why not? It seems par for the course. And it just goes up, not into that window, into that one. I think you're okay just to slot into the back here, right? I think that's okay. Because these are all Mark IV as well, so you just work. I mean, you could also slot into here, I guess. It doesn't matter. Let's just do that. You just enter in the line somewhere. Just hop right in. What the... There. And then that's going up into that and... So now... You're nothing. Right. You all need, though, you're not using this recipe anymore. You're going to be using the plastic recipe. So let's bring some plastic over. And that can enter in through. Holy shit, something might actually work out pretty well here. You can enter in, like, maybe through one of these two. That might actually be okay. I think the upper one, though. Mark 1 would be adequate. And you launch in from there, so you're like a nice parallel. It's impossible to get into the front door, by the way. In the end, we redo it from scratch. You're not wrong. This is not okay. None of this is okay. I don't know anything what's happening here anymore. Like, the splitter needs to be moved back here a bunch. So I can actually fit into the building again. And then you come around that way. And... link up with this guy, but up. So you can follow along as well. And now I can almost access my own building. Almost. But I don't need that at all. Because you can just loop around. You're going straight in. At least I can get beneath now. Really, this box needs to move. It's not okay for it to be here. It's like this isn't meant to be where it is living. But at least for the moment, this works. Otherwise, may not be a bad idea to, clamp on, like, on the side of the container, a belt. Split it right in front of the storage again. Yeah, actually, that works. Good shout. Since we're up here now. Trick is figuring out where it would be happy. You're up to there. Yeah, not quite. I think that's why I had it up on the other side, right? Because then it would actually, like, bend around decently. Are you actually blocking anything? Not really. There. It looks a little less parasitic now, you know? Alright. So, you're plastic, huh? Yeah, okay, how about this? Because I'd like this to not be in the middle of the road. Well, we can take the left and we can, like... spin it. A little bit better. There's still room for one thing to come down this way. But I could do a little less bend here. I'm alright with that. What'd be great is if I could get it lined up, actually, with a wall mount, or is that going to stick out too much? Oh no, okay, yeah, cool. Beautiful. If only I got like $1 for every time I had to rebuild a belt. That'd be nice. Iron plate! Alright, that's fine. I haven't gotten a resupply in a little while. That I might hang on to so we can maybe do eventually sulfur. Sulfur, coal, get that research going. / done so I can take a peek and see what that is. Maybe I over the weekend then can overhaul. Guess I'll do that. I don't think there's any. I think the nearest sulfur that I know of is out by where my coal plants are. And before I get too into this, how much plastic did we need? Allegedly some sulfur. Oh, right. Yeah, I know where that is. Okay. 60 plastic. Okay, so this belt full. Can be done. Yeah, I'm okay just to come right through. Look at us go. Also, how you doing with the heavy modular frames, by the way? I think we're done with this. Now we're lacking... modular frame. Yeah. I'm working on that. Alright. It's been doing its thing, though. Keep in mind, all this stuff here that's in the way does not live here. And then we'll be synced up generally with its pole positions. Man, it'll be good to melt all this stuff down, though, and clean up this whole area. Oof. Too long. Ah, nuts. Okay. And now we're synced up. I need like a little access cubby hole for some of this stuff, man. Okay, we need you to merge somewhere. This ain't gonna be working out for much longer. The plastic is already kinda sorta hanging around here. Thinking computers lift off. I see your point. But do I care? Maybe a little bit. I think the problem is that we've got that fuel in the way, and there's not a lot I can do about that. Whoa! If the splitter comes over just a little more. Uh... Okay. All right. And then you remerge. Gotta be an easier way. Yeah, you need to be further down, actually. So... just come on over. Disclaimer, I have no idea how long I'm going to be keeping things this way. Until Tuesday. I'll give myself until maybe next Thursday. That works. Number 3. Okay. Okay. The plastic not only turns off and does its own thing, but it also switches positions with the fuel. Yeah, what I'm gonna have to end up doing is further back here, it does a switch probably on this turn. It does a switch because like they already this is where they merge. So they do a switch here, and that's fine. Oh yeah. It's so bright on that level. It's not even level 3. You may as well just be pure bright and we just... white with black text. Okay, maybe that's a little too bright actually. Alright, there we go. Be like, what the heck is that? And I'll be like, oh yeah, okay. Excellent. So when this finally drives me nuts officially, we can do that. And now, since you two are in sync, and I can more easily see where our lines are here. Get a little more fuel for myself. So this is actually where plastic is coming through, not that middle route that I had done before. But at some point you could swerve over. What? Ah. It was me being in the way. Good. I'm just glad that my dream is like coming to fruition where this pathway up here is way too cluttered to run around on for very long. So that's nice. That's finally happened. I'm not too keen on having the risers, but 2 belts looks fine. 3 belts is like the limit though. Much more than 3 belts high, it starts to look really bad to me. And also, you can't really stay like that here, to be honest. I'll clean it another time though. For now, it works. We got plastic coming in, we got the iron coming in, we just have to reorganize the machines. Oof. Yeah. Okay. And these screws are they're only visiting. These don't do anything up here. They're just to visit. Let's keep you as unintrusive as possible here. Okay. Good, good, good. I'm not gonna fuss with this today. I'm gonna leave it here. Because I think we've done enough. It's 60 plus. It's limited by belt though, currently. I think we did alright today. Modular frames are currently powered down. I might over the weekend. Oof. Oh yeah, I wanted to grab a little bit of sulfur actually. Let me do that quick. Over the weekend I'll see about maybe doing that. It's just a matter of taking the machines apart and changing the recipe over and putting them back together. And also changing machine, actually, because it's not going to be basic constructors, it's going to be assemblers. But I'll only also need, what, 6 of them, I think it was. So there will even be a little bit of room saved, I think. Just 2 rows of 3 or so. Oy. But then we'll have everything done for moving on. We'll have just about everything sans copper stuff automated. Copper stuff being the AI limiters, the high-speed connectors, circuit boards we have. Copper sheets we sort of have. It's not in a building, though. Wasn't there something else? Wow. I'm sure there's another copper thing that I'm not remembering that needs to be automated still, but we don't actually need it automated yet. I think we will in the nether, like, in the next tiers, but... oh well. Everything else we have automated to something of an okay output. Not tremendous, but it's enough. And again, heavy modular frames we technically don't even need right now anyway. So maybe when we do need them, we'll be able to like research another really super duper cool way of doing it. Like we start to do aluminium here pretty soon. So maybe there's like a nice aluminium way to make just a ton of some base thing. Like steel screws, but you know, different.
Oh my god!
It's okay, it can't hurt me, I'm too quick. A couple hundred sulfur. Thank you, Vrag Sparg, with Twitch Prime, 14 months on a 3-month streak. Thank you much. Heading close-ish to that 1.5 year promotion that I think I've got. I think there's a 1.5 year, isn't there? I think so. But thank you much. Combine this with a little bit of coal. Yoink. Well, hold on. There. Make sure you maintain a bit extra. And combine that with a hard drive. And that's compressed coal, which will give me another thing to maybe work on over the weekend. Depends what goes into it. I'm thinking we might be enriching it with sulfur, which... it's fine. I mean, where I just grabbed sulfur, that's not so far away. How we doing here? They're doing alright, I guess. Ah, right. A stitched iron plate involving iron plates and wire to make 5.6 per minute. That ain't bad. Instead of screws, a little bit of wire. Maybe. Cheap silica, bit of limestone, bit of quartz, meh. A different high-speed connector, quick wire, silica, and circuit boards. I'm kind of okay with the recipe that I've got right now. Cables are not a problem. Wherever I'm making Caterium wire, I can also access cables easily. Because I think I've got, like... I think copper and Caterium are practically interchangeable for me right now. I think I've got enough researches between the two, so I don't think that's a thing. So I guess stitched iron plate we'll go for, I suppose. Another possible opportunity, though I think the plates and rubber would be what I go with. Options. I'm alright with that. And sulfur compacted coal. Ta-da. And that's a little bit of coal, a little bit of packaged fuel, and another hard drive for turbo fuel, which I'm not sure how much I care about. And compacted coal. Yeah. Enrich it with sulfur to make compacted coal. Much more efficient alternative to coal, uses fuel for vehicles and coal generators. I don't know what the consumption rate is of compacted coal. I'll have to make it and find out, but it's easy enough to take the coal that I'm putting together, throw it into an assembler, and enrich it with the sulfur. I'm assuming it pays for itself because I would then have to mine up the coal and put it into assemblers, which those aren't super cheap power-wise. So hopefully with then the compacted coal, we can get more coal power going without having to overclock the tier 2 miners that I've got there. I've got the fancier pipes now, so I can have a bunch more water throughput. I can put in more water pumps, or maybe overclock, but probably just put in more because there's room still for a decent amount. We can expand coal a bit more, which we don't need to yet, but it's getting pretty close. We waver a lot. I'm not sure how much of that is odd fuel generation. This dip here makes me a little bit nervous. That's one. I think this is one fuel generator. This is both fuel generators maybe going at once. Oh no, yeah, we do have a third fuel, don't we? That's right, we got the 2 there. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so that's all that. That's all just fuel being weird. And coal puts us down at this level, so technically with everything running all at once, we can't power the factory, but thankfully some machinery, it pauses and stuff. So there's that. At some point I might also, when I'm pretty happy with the building, like go back through and see what I can underclock. Or if I can build a few more machines and underclock them, because I think if you underclock something to like 50-some%, like 56% maybe, I think you get pretty much equivalent output, but with less power generation. Because of the way that the power savings work when you underclock. I think it's like 56 or 58%, somewhere around there. I don't know, we'd have to play around and see. So if you really want to save power with some of those more expensive buildings, we could see about doing that. Where, one of these guys or something, 55 megawatts per. I could pound this down to 2.1... 2.25 per minute. Something like that. Somewhere just above half it would be, though. And we'd be getting pretty much the same output for a bit less power. Well, I mean, we'd need another machine, obviously, but it still works out. A room. Or actually, no, it'd be the other way around. It'd be like slightly higher output, but the same power generation. Yeah. Yeah, I think that'd be it. That makes sense. The same power consumption, rather, but a little more being made. So, I will leave it here. We made good progress today. We made good progress this week, overall, actually. And next week we can head up the next tiers. Advanced project assembly a little bit. Work on aluminium. I think you deal with, like, well, batteries and shit, too. Obviously, nuclear power, which I don't know if I'd touch straight away or not. Probably not. Depends how much of a pain it is. We're getting there with it, though. I don't know how much longer we're going to be doing Satisfactory for. It might be just a couple more weeks. That's annoying that that's happened. I'll have to I think I know which ones it is, actually. It's going to be right outside. Because it is that wild reverse maneuver. Probably gemmed up there. Gotta take a look at that, because otherwise that's deadlocked for all of eternity, and nothing gets done. Just a matter of just adjusting somebody's route, though I'm pretty sure. It depends what exactly the deadlock is. I don't think it'll be much. Not where I thought it was. How are you deadlocked there? I don't know if you're coming or going, but we're gonna delete that node. So you come in a bit sharper and you collide with the fence every time. How's that? Okay. If it's just a little bit of a merge issue, then fine. Rogue did the thing? You made the nuke? How is it? Does it kill a spider? Okay, full up there. Why are you full up here? It is set to load. Just about. I can see about fixing this guy's pathing too, just to make sure there's short enough routes. I think like the big thing though is like, yeah, figuring out how I can get in the output the smart splitter, and then just like trashing what's not needed. Especially over here, it can just output the crap that it doesn't want down below by where the coal's being mined up, and we just trash it down there. There's that. We're just not using that much of it. That's a good problem to have. As long as our coal is up in good order, then we can expand our steel over here a bunch more too.